Hello, hello. And it just rolled to the back of the drawer. That's probably what people would find it. Using the top drawer. I think it's also it's what you call it. Whatever that it used to have some red tape on it. The red tape is gone. Yeah, so they were both here. It was just in the far back end of the drawer. So whoever's looking for it probably couldn't find it. Yeah, no, she emailed me. And said, "Oh, I bought a copy." But, yeah, yeah, it's a different like. So good. What's Serena Williams asking? Right. Hi, how are you guys? Have you guys been here before? Oh, hi. Welcome to Tacoma. So, just to get you started, I'm just going to give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnaces look like inside. Each one of them has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass, melted glass, has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what the furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, and those are called blow pipes, and we dip it in the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately. Can we put up the color bar photo? So we buy our colored glass in this form. It's called color bar. They're just solid colored bars of colored glass. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever red or blue or green, whatever color we want the object to be. We have a little video. We'll show you how that happens. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnaces with blue glass, then we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color we want at any time. Do you guys have any questions so far? Sure. Oh, they are. I mean, this is it. They've just applied the color over on the right. So we're working. I don't know. Have to ask. All glass looks orange when it's hot, no matter what color it is, whether it's red or blue or green or purple. I have to ask Sarah. Sarah, you know what color that is?
Clear glass with baking soda.
It's clear. This is clear glass, and they dipped it in baking soda and water, and so it's going to be clear and bubbly. What guy? Not sure who what you're talking about. Oh, that's John Kiley, one of our artists, and he's going to make a sculpture out of that big ball, and he's marking off where he wants to cut it. So he makes these spheres, and they're cut at different angles, and he's just marking it off for himself. Over on the right, we're dipping the bubble into a solution of baking soda and water. Could we put up the baking soda slide? So when we want to make the glass bubbly, this is how we do it. We dip the bubble into a solution of baking soda and water. That's what's in that white 5-gallon bucket. The water evaporates, leaves a coating of baking soda on the surface, and then when we dip that back into our big tank of molten glass, the baking soda bubbles up, and we have a bubbly texture on our glass. They're not making anything over there. They're just marking this sculpture for where they're going to cut it. So now Gabe in the center, the man with the hat, is dipping his pipe into our glass furnace and coating his bubble with a layer of fresh, hot, molten glass. So now in the center, that's Sarah Gilbert. And she's shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass.
Has anyone ever gotten burned?
We get little burns like you might if you worked in a kitchen, but we have no horror stories. Everybody wants a horror story.
You know, I just been sitting here thinking, wondering where in the world she goes.
You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So this morning we're going to be trying out some designs for our annual fundraising auction. Each year we make a decanter and two matching glasses. We make a limited edition and we'll sell them exclusively at our annual fundraiser, the Red Hot Gala. So right now we're working on designs for that decanter. Can we put up some of the previous designs? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see each year it's a different design. We make 35 of the decanters and 50 of the glasses, and then we'll never make these designs again. So each year it's something completely different. And so today, Sarah's working on some designs for this year. Sit down at a sketch pad, draw it out.
But like, who's involved in coming up with that stuff?
The team, our glass blowing team. Today, Sarah's trying out some of her ideas. The folks you see handling the glass today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team of glass blowers. Sarah Gilbert sitting at the workbench, Gabe Feenan standing to the left, and Ben Cobb, the tall guy in the center. These guys work for the museum. They're extremely experienced professional glass blowers. They each have at least 20 years experience blowing glass. Sarah shapes the glass. Gabe is holding a wooden paddle in front of her arm to shield her from the heat. Sarah's shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just regular, everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as we keep that pad wet, the pad doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. Now Ben, standing up, is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom of the decanter to make the bottom nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the decanter from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. She's just adding a little extra pad of clear glass there. To the right of center, Ben is preparing the second steel rod, the punty. He's going to bring it to Sarah. Sarah will attach it to the bottom of the decanter, and then we'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. The decanter will be on the punty, and we'll be able to heat and shape the top. So here comes Ben, tall guy in the gray shirt. He's bringing the punty to Sarah. Sarah attaches it to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When she feels that bond is strong enough, she'll break the glass away from her pipe. Take her tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where she wants the glass to break. Gives it a tap, and off it comes. So now the decanter is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped.
Pardon?
Do you have any questions?
So is the the woman sitting, is she the artist?
Yeah.
And then are they artists also? Or they?
Oh yeah, they're artists. They're working for her.
Okay.
They're working as her assistants. They have their own artwork.
So when you have classes, is this where the classes take place?
We don't really have classes.
Oh, okay.
We have little try-it sessions. We don't have like full-blown
Oh,
classes.
okay. I thought you did. Okay.
You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, you pick one of the drawings, and we'll make whatever you drew out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for you to keep, and one for the museum.
Wait, if we won, if I won the drawing contest,
Yes.
would I be able to keep the glass?
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't cost anything. There's a
And is that on Saturday and Sunday typically?
usually on a Saturday, last Saturday of the month. But there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms.
Okay.
Doesn't cost anything.
Okay.
You want to enter the contest? If you win, call you up. The whole family down. Make it. Do you guys have any questions? That was a good answer. Sarah trimmed off some of the thick glass at the top. Yes. What? The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Yes, so what we do is we buy already colored glass, and then we coat our bubble with that colored glass. But to make the colored glass itself, you have to cook it up with the raw ingredients and some kind of metal. Sarah's shaping the neck of that decanter with a tool called the jacks, those big metal tongs. Yes.
What is he doing over there?
He's working on a sculpture that he's going to. Drink. So we're going to add a little decorative stripe. We're rolling the stripe on. We have a little knurled wheel. Give the stripe some texture. As we apply the stripe, you roll it with a little gear-shaped wheel, and that'll texture the stripes. And standing up is rolling a little gear-shaped wheel over the hot molten glass, and it gives it a little texture. The next thing we're going to do is add a handle. To the right, Ben, tall guy, is going to get some glass out of our furnace. He's going to prepare it to make the handle. Sarah is going to attach the glass to the side of the decanter, stretch it out, snip it off, flip it over, give it a twist.
I'm gonna get my old shotgun now and I'm going down there and get that little girl in order. I gotta get some shaking on it.
Going to add another handle on the opposite side. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we didn't cool it slowly, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. In order to get the glass off the metal rod, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the decanter and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint. There is the water. And just a light tap, and off it comes. We'll melt a little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp, and take it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. We keep the annealer at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. So this morning, we're going to be trying out designs for our 2026 limited edition decanter. Leading the team today is Sarah Gilbert in the black shirt and shorts. And so these are her designs. And Ben and Gabe are assisting her. So we're going to be starting our next decanter. Over on the right, Ben, tall guy, is heating up some colored glass. Gabe, in the center with their hat, is going to blow a bubble of clear glass. And we're going to coat the clear bubble with some colored glass. going to blow a little air into the steel tube, the blowpipe. A little bubble will pop out the other end. Gabe's shaping up his clear bubble. Gabe's sitting at the workbench. And Ben standing up is heating up the colored glass. And we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the colored glass. We call this a color overlay. Overlay. Have any questions?
So what are they making over here?
We're making, each year we design a decanter and 2 matching glasses to be sold at our annual fundraiser. So today we're experimenting with different designs for the decanter.
Did you ever hear about the wedding that was here at the Museum of Glass that they won a prize and they had a free wedding, a couple?
Oh, no,
They wrote an essay. How many years ago was that now? About
I had no idea.
10. Um, our daughter-in-law, and our son, they wrote an essay to win a free wedding here at the Museum of Glass. And they won over all of these other people. We were sitting in here when they announced the winner. And then they had their wedding out there by out there on the cement by all the terrace and everything. They're the only ones that ever won it because it was never repeated. Now that we're here with their kids, and their dad works right over here at the Dyer Pemberton Colson. And so he couldn't come, but anyway, part of a great big story. I know. Yeah. So that's fun to be back with our grandkids and her. And sitting here is crazy.
Great.
Because they had this whole space all made out, and it was all cleaned up, and it was a stage and everything. And then they had, it was all big secret that they didn't know they were winning. And she was back in college in Boston getting her master's. And so our son was working here at the accounting firm. And yeah. And
Contest for kids?
we don't live here. We live up in Linden, but a contest for kids.
Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass.
Yes, I did hear about it. They may have done that when they were really little. But you did? They're really artistic, these kids.
table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms, so if they want to do a drawing,
There's a table in the lobby?
yes,
And
with
then,
drawing materials and entry forms.
oh,
They can go there, do a drawing, and enter the contest.
do they take that home with them, the drawing thing, or do you
No.
have to do it here?
Oh, they can take it home if they want, sure.
Uh-huh.
But
Okay,
just make sure you grab one entry form for each kid.
okay. Yeah, we should do that.
They tell them when they're going to make their drawing. They make a.
I feel like they did that years ago.
They have a
We've
drawing.
been doing it for 20 years.
Yeah,
So if they do a drawing, these guys.
It's
will
a
make-
contest, yeah. And then we pick one of the drawings each month, and then we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies.
yeah. Well, the oldest son, he's 9. One of his drawings was put on the Gig Harbor. That's where they live. Gig Harbor magazine of Gig Harbor event things.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, they're really good. They might do well there. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to tell them.
Chris, what's going on up there? Can we put up some of the kids' design stills? So if you look up on the big screen, so all those things you see on the big screen were made from the kids' drawings.
See all those things you could draw, or you could draw something, and then they would make it out of this glass.
It's a contest, so not everybody drawing gets picked.
You have this book at your house, don't you? Yeah. You guys make great designs and stuff, don't you?
It's amazing what kids will draw.
I know.
Oh, wow.
What do they think of us?
We have a big exhibition of the winners across the hall in the exhibition space, so you can see what a lot of the other kids have done.
Monthly, too, yeah. That's great.
So now Gabe in the hat is going over to our furnace, and he dips his bubble into the molten glass. Each time we dip the bubble into the glass and coat it, it's called taking a gather. G-A-T-H-E-R. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it makes the steel pipes hot. So we take them over to that trough and we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes the pipe easier to hold. Hi. How are you guys?
Hi.
You guys have any questions?
We're wondering what they're doing, if they're adding to that one at the end, or if they're just like designing, making a plan.
Well, they're trying out different designs for our annual fundraiser. Each year we make a decanter and 2 matching glasses, and we sell them at our annual fundraiser. And so today we're trying out designs for the decanter.
So are they using like a dry erase marker or something?
I don't understand what you're saying. No, the guy over there is not involved with our demonstration at all. He's marking a sculpture he made last week to be cut. He's not part of our demonstration. Say what?
Did you go to Disneyland?
Do I go to Disneyland? No, I've never been.
Never been.
Is it fun?
We did.
Wow. Was it
And
fun?
we also went to the fair.
Was it fun?
Yeah. And a tall slide.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
And did you go to the fair?
Did I go to the fair?
Yeah.
Nope.
Then
Do you
go
blow glass?
there.
Used to.
Used to? That's cool.
You,
Okay.
then go there.
Okay.
Someday go there.
That's a good tip. Are you from Tacoma?
Nope.
Where are you
From New York.
Okay. Very nice.
Ooh, fire.
Yeah.
The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So Sarah sitting at the bench is shaping the glass, and Gabe sitting to the left, oh, Ben sitting to the left, is blowing. So one person blows while the other person shapes. Sarah, sitting at the workbench, Sarah Gilbert, shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass.
Blow on the end of that tube to make the thing bigger.
So we're making some little decorative additions to the surface of the decanter. So we're trying out different designs today for our annual fundraiser. Each year we design a limited edition decanter and 2 glasses. We sell them only at our annual fundraiser, our Red Hot Gala, and then we'll never make that design again. So we're adding these little decorative drips to the surface of the decanter. Sarah's taking her torch and heating up the bottom of the decanter to make it soft. We're adding a little solid base to the decanter. We dripped on some molten glass, and now Sarah, sitting at the workbench, will shape it. September, usually the second, third week in September.
So I can just look online and find out about it or something like that?
I don't know if they fixed the date yet.
Oh, no, I just thought that sounded like a worthwhile, maybe really fun thing to do. I don't know. I don't know about
No,
it.
it's a big party and there's an art auction. And we also do these limited editions.
Yeah.
Can we put up some of the previous designs? So if you look up on the big screen, each year it's something completely different. It's always a decanter and 2 matching glasses. They're designed by our team of glassblowers, and they make them as well.
Ignore him. I said places.
No, it is, there's a big concentration here in the Northwest. Yeah. There's hundreds of them.
Interesting.
So we're going to transfer the decanter from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. We'll drip some water where we want it to break away from the original pipe and give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. We'll drip some water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the decanter's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped.
Do you know like what kind of design they're shooting for? Like, have they drawn it on, I know, like with chalk or anything, or they
It's
figured
all
it
in
out?
Sarah's head.
It's okay. Is she deciding as she goes, or does she have
Yes.
an image? Okay. Oh, that's cool.
Do you go to California?
Like, I've been to California, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you go in the underground train?
Like going the underground thing? I don't think so, no.
And try to?
Okay. What's the glass blowing scene like in New York?
What's the last one team like in New York?
The scene. Is there as much of it
Oh,
as
yeah.
here?
There's a lot in New York City, and then there's
Oh, there is.
another group of them around Corning, New York, where
Okay.
the Corning Museum is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Sort of western, northwestern New York.
Okay. Okay, what do you want to tell us?
Did you go on the train?
Did I go on a train?
Yeah.
Not to California. I went on a train here to go to Portland.
Some did go on a train.
He's been on a different train, he said.
Different train.
Yeah.
Oh, did you go on the sports bus train?
The Polar Express?
Yeah.
No. I think that's just a movie, isn't it?
But it's a lot. But it's the train one is alive.
Yeah, there's a by Mount Rainier they have one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I've never been on that train. No.
When it's Christmas, you only go on it when it's Christmas.
Ah, I see.
But they're
Okay.
taking a break.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, thank you.
Do you guys have any questions?
No, thank you. Just enjoying the process, really.
That's good.
Are they designing to a drawing, or are they just making
all
it
in
up on
Sarah's head.
the fly?
It's all in Sarah's head. We're trying out different designs for our annual limited.
Yeah, I understand what it's for.
Does each person design one?
Nope.
No?
So, but it's, how do you know when you're done?
When it looks good.
When you're ready.
So,
Looks good.
she's got like an idea of what.
Yeah, it's in her head.
Drawings, no.
It is where it is.
That's the art form, right?
Different people have different approaches. Sometimes people, draw something out exactly and make exactly that. Some people work spontaneously.
Yeah.
Depends on
I think if you've done it a lot, it's probably easier to be spontaneous.
Sarah's been working in glass for 25 years.
Oh, you've been
50.
yeah, I thought you said 15, but that's why I stuck my head in farther.
Check out my Can we put up the newspaper photo?
And the ink that on the paper. What kind of paper?
So hot. Now is that item changed over the years, like different materials, different things, or has it always kind of been?
People started using it in the 1950s. It works well. People give us their old newspaper for free. It's recyclable. Yeah. Not going to something else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Now, Gabe with the hat. He's got a tool in his hand called the Soffietta. I'm going to stick it into the opening and blow. Make that shape a little rounder and fuller.
Oh, okay, so they might come here and choose to make a piece that they donate to the museum. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, you got the whole thing wrong.
Yeah, like the last
You're
piece.
assuming a lot of things that are not.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We don't necessarily make these here. limited edition a decanter and 2 glasses to sell at our annual fundraiser, and they're working on designs for the decanter now. You're making a decanter for a limited
Is
edition
it like a vase or something that they were
decanter.
making? Pardon?
Decanter. D-E-C-A-N-T-E-R.
Oh, that right. Oh, sure.
With alcohol in it.
You mean-
What?
Oh, no. I see. They still have to put on maybe a
Yeah, we're just trying out different designs.
Sure, that's a cool design for that. We've been debating if it was going to be a vase or what.
Decanter.
Okay. Thank you.
So what do they put in it? Just put it in there to cool down? Is that what they put that
Yeah.
in?
Has to be cooled slowly or it'll break.
How long does that take?
What? Overnight.
Huh?
Overnight.
Overnight.
That was beautiful. I didn't see how they changed it to blue. Did they put coloring in there somewhere?
When we first start, we blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat the initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be.
We actually got to do this after their wedding here.
Uh-huh.
They got our son and daughter-in-law got gift cards for both their parents to thank us. There's a place in Tacoma or somewhere else where you can go and do it yourself.
Yeah, uh-huh.
A glass blowing place. So
Yep.
we got to do that.
That's cool.
I know.
That's fun.
Yeah.
It's hard.
He made a football, of course, and I made a pumpkin.
Nice.
Her parents made a green pepper, a red pepper, and something. That was an amazing thing.
Yeah, no, it's
And we
really
got a color of
fun to
but
try
I
it.
kind of don't remember how that went. Fascinating.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
take care, guys. So to the right center, that's Gabe. And he's blowing a bubble of clear glass. Sarah, in the center, is heating up a bar of colored glass. And we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the colored glass.
I'm itchy. And I don't know where to scratch. Come here, baby. Scratch my back. I know you can do it. So baby, get to it. Ah, you're working right now.
So Gabe's sitting down, has the bubble of clear glass. Sarah standing up, has heating up the colored glass. And we're going to drop a big blob of the colored glass onto Gabe's bubble, and again, Gabe will roll it back until it entirely coats the original bubble. This process is called a color overlay. This is how we color most, not all, but most of the things that we make. Once Gabe on the far right has the thing, his bubble completely coated in the colored glass, he'll let that cool and stiffen a bit, and then we'll dip it back in the furnace and add another layer of clear glass. We have to let the bubble cool and stiffen a bit so that it doesn't collapse when we immerse it in our big tank of molten glass. Behind that door is a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass has the consistency of honey. When we reach in to get the molten glass, it makes the steel pipe hot. We take it over to that trough, that's called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So now Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Now he's shaping it with a pad of wet newspaper. So these guys are our resident team of, hot glass blowers, and they're working on designs for our annual limited edition decanter. Sarah in the center, Sarah Gilbert, is leading the team. And so these designs that we're trying out are mostly Sarah's. Now Gabe is going to add one more layer of hot, clear molten glass from our big furnace. He's going to drip some of the excess into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. So now Sarah shaping the glass. In her hand is a pad of wet newspaper. Seated to the left of the workbench, Ben is blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Sarah shapes it. Now Sarah's giving the glass a squeeze with a tool called a jacks. Ben, seated to the left, is blowing. It's pretty much like blowing up a balloon. Now Sarah's making a sharp crease in the glass. And that crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe. The tool is called the jacks, and the crease is called the jack line. Now Sarah's shaping the bubble using a pad of wet newspaper, just everyday ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. As long as we keep the newspaper wet, it doesn't burn too much, burns some, but not too much. We're going to add some of these decorative drips onto the side of the decanter. the right of center. Ben is getting some glass out of our furnace. He's going to bring it to Sarah at the center workbench. She's going to drop some on to the bottom and form a solid little disc base. So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the decanter from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Over on the far right, Ben, tall guy, is going to prepare the second steel rod. That's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. About our contest kids. Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. Oh, okay. We're getting 2 copies, one for the kid to take home, and one for the museum to collect. Free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. Fill out your contact information, do the drawing, put it in the box, and pick your drawing, call you up, bring the whole family down, and we'll make it right in front of you.
I was born and played the guitar. People, I got blues running through my veins.
So now we've attached the punty to the bottom. Sarah feels that's properly situated. We'll break the glass away from Sarah's pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want the glass to break. Here's the water, dripping off the edge of those tweezers. Little tap, and off it comes. So now the decanter is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top is can be heated and shaped. Sarah's stretching out the glass at the very top. Sarah's squeezing down that neck. Gonna break off the thick glass.
That's the thing is like I feel like they've already pulled quite a bit into the black card schedule and we've had to be flexible because the stretch it's like go somewhere else. Stretch somebody else. Yeah, this feels like too much maybe. It's gotta be
She's gonna stretch it out a little more. We stretch it out, it thins the glass. We're going to blow a little air into the front end. That'll inflate the glass slightly and make the shape bigger and fuller. So we're almost done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer. And it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Have you guys been here before? Okay. Let's just start out with just a brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes. You can see Gabe's doing it right now. And he dips it into the big tank of molten glass. And a little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when he blows through that pipe, the glass on the other end will blow up like a balloon. All glass looks orange when it's hot. That orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So the glass that Gabe is working with right now is clear glass. But while we're working and it's hot, it's going to look a little orangey. Ben, standing up, is heating up some colored glass. We buy our colored glass in a form called color bar. Can we put up the color bar photo? So when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of the color bar, and then we coat that initial bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. This is called a color overlay. Here we go. Now Gabe will roll that colored glass back towards the metal pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. The glass itself is made out of 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. The lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those 3 ingredients into the furnace, cook them overnight. They all melt together and make glass. That glass will be clear glass. If we wanted to make colored glass, we take those same 3 ingredients plus some kind of metal. Different metals make glass different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes the glass a beautiful ruby red. It's one of the ways to make red, yeah. The coloring of glass is a little bit more complicated than the color in paint. There's a lot of chemical reactions involved, so it's not always the color you would think. If we cook up the glass with copper, we cook it one way, it turns turquoise. We cook it a different way, it turns blood red. Can we? Oh no, we don't. Can't. So these folks that you see here are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're employees of the museum. They're extremely talented glass blowers. Sarah is leading our team, has been blowing glass for about 25 years. Gabe and Ben for 30 plus. They can make just about anything you can imagine. Today we're working on possible designs for our annual limited edition decanter. So we'll be trying out different things, different decorations, different shapes. And once we decide on one, we'll make a limited edition of 35 of them. We'll sell it at our annual fundraising dinner, and we'll never make that design again. So now Gabe's going over to the furnace. Gabe in the hat. He's added another coating of clear glass. When we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, it makes the steel pipes hot. So we take them over to that trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Do you guys have any questions?
What was the very last step?
The very last what?
The very last step with the blue flame there?
It's the blue flame. I didn't see that. I'm not sure what you're talking about. So now Gabe shaping up that glass. He's going to blow a little air in there. We have a variety of tools. Some of them are steel, some of them are wood, some of them are newspaper. Newspaper. That's one of it. Can we put up? Oh no, we can't put it up right now. Yeah, one of our most important shaping tools is a pad of wet newspaper. Just everyday, ordinary newspaper. Every 2 or 3 days. But there's a, people give us their old newspapers, so. So right now, Gabe's just letting that bubble cool and stiffen before we immerse it again in our big tank of molten glass. Each time we dip it in, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So we have to build, if we want more glass, we have to build it up in layers. So now back to the furnace. Dip the bubble into the big pool of molten glass. Twist it around. And get a fresh coating of hot, clear molten glass. We'll drip some of the excess off into that steel can, and we'll save that excess glass, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. The round oven that he's heating up the glass in now is called the glory hole. There's no glass in that furnace. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. He's the person that's going to be blowing. He's going to blow through that big steel tube and inflate the glass as Sarah, sitting at the bench, shapes it. So now Ben is blowing. And Sarah's using the newspaper. That gray pan in her hand, that's the newspaper. And shaping the glass. As long as the newspaper is wet, it doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks on the glass. guys have any questions? When we heat it up with a blowtorch, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up with the big round oven, the glory hole, it heats it up more generally. We want a little extra heat in here or here or here, we use the torches. So Sarah is now squeezing the glass and making a little neck on that bubble. Ben seated is blowing. And you can see the bubble getting bigger. So it's just like blowing up a balloon. So we're trying out a variety of designs for our annual limited edition decanter. Can we put up some of the previous designs up on the big screen? Sarah's shaping the side of the decanter with the jacks, those metal tongs. We're going to add some decorative drips onto the body of the decanter. To the right of center. Ben's getting some glass out of our furnace. Just bring it to Sarah. Sarah will dab it on and then whisk it away to make these drips. Pressing the wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom flat. Hi, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
You guys have any questions?
I think so. Yeah, we just came to watch. My grandfather used to make glass figurines, so we wanted to bring him to come and see.
Nice. You guys know about our contest for kids?
Oh, there's a contest for kids? No, I didn't know about it.
Any kid 12 or younger can out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. You can just go there, do their drawing, pop in the box. If you get picked, they'll call you up and get the whole family down, make it ready.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Thank you so much.
It's not a trick question.
You and I had the same answer, right?
Remind me of those needles you made for.
So the next thing we're going to do is transfer the decanter from the rod it's originally blown on, where it is now, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the decanter from the bottom while we shape the top. Here comes Ben with the punty. We'll attach it to the bottom. When Sarah feels that bond is firm, she'll take her tweezers, dip them in water. She'll drip a little water where she wants the glass to break, and then give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. There's the water. There's the tap, and off it comes. So now the decanter is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top is now can be heated and shaped.
They were wondering how hot it is in the oven. Yeah, he was wondering how hot it was.
200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano.
200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. That is wild. I don't know the answer to that math problem.
So what is that, 2,000 degrees?
2,300.
2300.
Volcanoes range from about 1,700 to about 2,100.
So cool.
It's fascinating. I love seeing this live demonstration.
First time Grampy's coming. No. These guys come a lot. We love the classical.
How often are the artists stay? How long do they stay when they're
So
visiting?
these guys work for the museum
Oh, all
they're
three of them do?
visiting
all the time.
All three do?
Yes,
Oh, I thought one was a visiting artist.
no visiting artists.
We were, well, I was
Next week,
surprised
yeah.
how well they worked together. It's like they'd had a lot of practice.
Sarah's leading our team today. She's been working for 25 years.
Wow.
Ben and Gabe have been working 30 plus.
So cool.
Wow.
You ready to walk around?
You hear that?
See what?
Yeah, we can
You
walk
gotta close
around.
your eyes? No. You want to watch?
Sarah's going to stretch out the glass at the top. The glass at the top of the bubble is always a little thick. So we're going to stretch it out a little and then trim that thick glass away. So Sarah's making a little notch there. And we're going to break that glass away at the top. of the things that color glass are metals, not all of them.
That's what my grandson said, metals.
Oh, here, gotta sit, baby. Gotta sit on these things, not Timmy. All right,
Yeah,
these guys
thank
are ready
you.
to stretch their legs a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And you can keep watching it from the screen. That
Well,
would be
yeah, I
good.
think they're almost done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's see here.
Do you guys have any questions? Does air get in your mouth? Yes. It's just like blowing up a balloon. Nothing special about it. What? Nope. Just like blowing up a balloon at a birthday party. The only difference is when you blow up a balloon, if you let the air out, it collapses. When you blow up glass, it stays put. That's the only difference. What? Making s'mores? Sure. So we're going to break off that funky part at the top. These folks you see working the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're our resident team of glass blowers. They're super talented. They can make just about anything you can imagine. Today the team is being led by Sarah Gilbert. Sarah's sitting at the center workbench. And she's making these decanters for our annual limited edition decanter. We're trying out designs. We call this prototyping. So we're trying a bunch of different designs before we decide on one design to make the limited edition. There's two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we use the torches. When we use the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we put it in the glory hole, it heats it up more generally. And we're going to blow a little air into the front end of that shape, make it a little rounder and fuller. We're just about done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. We'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer. And we'll slowly turn the temperature down overnight. In the morning, it'll be ready to use. So we're going to put some water on the joint between the decanter and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp, and then into our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feeney. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions?
Nice and loud.
How like, not fragile. Oh my gosh, I just forgot it. Oh, how hot is the fire?
How hot is the fire? 2,300 degrees. That's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. Yes?
So like, how long does it take to cool off?
How long does it take to cool off? Well, if we just put it on the table, it'd be cool in 20 minutes, but it would break. If we want to keep it, we put it in that oven and we cool it very slowly overnight, and then it's good. It doesn't break. Yeah. You, yeah. How fast? Well, it depends what you're making. The fastest thing to make in glass is a Christmas ornament, and that takes about 3 minutes.
But how fast can you make a whole jug?
A whole jug? Those jugs, I think they run about 25 minutes.
How fast can you make it?
About 25 minutes. Yeah.
Were you trained for this?
Was I trained for it? Yes. I went to school at the Massachusetts College of Art in Boston. That's where I learned to blow glass. Okay, I think that's lunch. Oh wait, no. I thought that. So we're gonna make another one. Yes. What?
Is there lava in that thing?
Is there lava in this thing? No, the glass, it kind of looks like lava, is in the glass furnace. That's the one with the doors closed. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So look up on the big screen. So the bottom half of that machine straight ahead, there's a big pot full of melted glass. And the melted glass pretty much looks and acts like lava. Yes.
Nice and loud. Wait. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay. Well, you think about it. Anybody else got any questions? Yes. Yes. We're making a decanter. It's kind of a bottle for alcoholic liquids, things like wine or whiskey. Yeah.
Can you like make a glass that's like yes, like so fragile, but like not like I'm like you can like
Yeah, we can make things that are very fragile. If we blow it up a lot, it gets very thin, and then it's more fragile. The thicker it is, the sturdier it is. The thinner it is, the easier it is to break.
but could you make it like not so like fragile or
Yes. No, if we make them nice and thick, then they're sturdy. It's just like glass in your house. It's no different. Just like a drinking glass in your house. That's how strong it is.
You have a question? What's up? There's types of glass. This kind of glass, the soda lime glass, you kind of need something to reheat it, like a chamber. Some people just, there's a glass furnace where you actually get the molten glass out of. You can reheat in there too. It's about the same temperature, about 2100 degrees. There is a type of glass, borosilicate glass, which you do only in front of a torch. It's more, it's oxypropane. Yeah, it's a little cooler than oxyacetylene, but a lot cleaner flame. Yeah, about 5,000 degrees. Not too often. Usually every 2 weeks on payday. I got a good one a couple weeks ago. That's pretty rare though, but not too often. Yeah, see, if you work in a kitchen, you probably get burned more. Yeah. You learn real quick to stay away from the hot stuff. It's usually the tools that burn you. This is from me touching a hot tool. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, it's all steel. Yeah, the tools get really hot. Sometimes when we're using a newspaper, the ashes land on your wrist or something, but yeah, not that often do we get burned.
So we're going to transfer that bubble. From the rod is a blown-on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod's going to hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Yes.
Can they make this guy out of glass?
Sure.
But like the texture, like can they do that or no?
They can do pretty much anything. We have a special contest for kids called Kids Design Glass. Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and make whatever you drew out of glass. Yeah, we can make textures and colors. We can do all sorts of things. Can we play Kids Design Glass? We have a little video that describes our contest.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old. And, you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So, are you the teacher or parent? Yeah. So, there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms, and it's probably, I don't know if you can get everybody to do it now, but if you want, grab an entry form. You could Xerox it, and then maybe you do it at your classroom or whatever, and then you can mail it in. There's an address on the entry form. So if we pick your drawing, we'll call you up. We'll make 2 of them, one that you get to keep and one for the museum collection. So, okay. Thank you for coming in, guys. I'm glad to have you here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Next thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be working with some of our docents to give them a chance to try glass blowing. They're here to obviously to explain to you all about what goes on it, but a lot of them have not actually tried it themselves. So let me just give you a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blowpipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. So we dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let the bubble harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in various forms. We buy it in bars, we buy it in chips, we buy it in powders. You can see the bars up on the big screen. Those are called color bar. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of those color bars, and then we coat that clear bubble with whatever color we want the object to be, red, blue, green. We have a little video. We'll show you how that process works, how we apply the color. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the reason that we apply the color in that manner is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with green glass, we could only make green things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. So over on your right, you'll see our docents, whom we're very grateful for, and they're working with our resident team of glassblowers to try glass blowing. So in the center, Ben is going to start a bubble. He's dipped his pipe into the molten glass. A little bit's collected around the end. And he's going to blow one little puff of air into the steel tube, close it up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure will expand the air and blow out the first bubble. This is the way that we start almost every hollow object that we make. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears. That's the same physics you're seeing here with the glass. So that orangey color that you see on the glass that he's working with, that's just the glow from the heat. If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest for kids called Kids Design Glass. Any kid, 12 or younger, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It doesn't cost anything. And if we pick your drawing, we'll call you up. You can bring the whole family down, and we'll make whatever the kid drew right in front of you. So it's a good deal. Doesn't cost anything. All you got to do is do a drawing and cross your fingers. So when we work with novices, instead of using the color bar that we use for our professional work, we use chips of colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. It's just crushed up colored glass. We roll the hot molten glass in the little chips, and then we go back to the fire and melt them on. The round ovens with the doors open, those are called glory holes. They run on natural gas and forced air, and we keep those at about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. A little bit hotter than the furnaces. These guys are all, this is probably their first time handling glass. It's a lot of fun, but it is harder than it looks. When you see our guys, a professional team working, it looks pretty easy, but when you try it yourself, that's a different story. In the center, that's Ben Cobb, the head of our glass shop, the tall guy. And he's heating up the glass for one of the doses. She's sitting at the workbench, and the tool in her hand is called the block. It's a scoop-shaped wooden tool. It's stored in a bucket of water. It's actually made out of wood. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. got to really work at it.
How big of a size have you been able to get?
I've never tried to get anything particularly big.
No?
Nope.
Nope. What do you like to make?
Money.
Good luck. You can make that out of
Come up with any creative thing, writing, dancing, sports. You think about it, think about it, new ways to do stuff. No different.
That sounds it's really nice. Thanks for doing this. I have a question.
Sure.
So the blowpipes, they're completely open, right? I mean,
yes.
What happened? How does anybody ever make a mistake of letting air back in? And is it superheated if that happens? I mean, is it...
No and no. When the air reaches the opposite end of the pipe, it's not even warm.
Oh, really?
And there are many, not many, but a number of techniques where we do suck in on purpose.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Huh. I would have thought it would be hot coming out.
No, when it reaches the
So
other end
you
of the
can,
pipe, it's
and
not
then
even...
like you said, if you blow air in, then you hold your thumb over it.
Right.
If you kept, the longer you hold your thumb, the bigger the bubble gets, because it gets higher and higher pressure.
Yeah, the glass heats up the air and the air expands.
Huh. Interesting. Thank you.
Yep. Do you guys have any questions? This is called an annealer. This is where we cool the glass down slowly so it doesn't break. And one of our local glass blowers rented this studio, and he made these things. I think they're for lighting fixtures. I'm not really sure. But they've been cooling overnight. And when they're cool, he'll take them away. Yep. So in the center, our docent shaping the glass using a tool called the jacks, those metal tongs. We use them for a variety of things. It's kind of a all-purpose tool. Now she's leaning on the side of the bubble. Working with glass is very similar to working on a lathe or working on a pottery wheel. The work spins, and you hold the tools against it as it spins. Gabe, standing up at the center, is holding a wooden paddle in front of the glassblower's arm to shield her from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we put that wooden paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. When these steel pipes get hot, we take them over to this trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. You can see the steam coming off the metal pipe. Over here, on the bench on the right, we're doing what's called puntying up. We're going to transfer the glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. Kristen in the plaid jacket is holding the punty. So now the glass that she's making is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. The same thing's happening here at the center. These are folks who have never blown glass before, so be patient. They're making little drinking glasses. This or something.
The first thing I said is it's blue.
So when we break the glass away from the original pipe, it leaves a little hole at the end where it's attached. And now in the center, what we're trying to do is widen that hole. So if we're making a glass, you can't drink out of the tiny hole. You want it wide open so you can drink out of it. So we're taking the jacks, those same metal tongs, and pressing against the inside of that opening. The glass at the top is hot and soft. And as we press against it, we'll make that opening wider. So in the center, Ben is holding two wooden paddles. One he's holding across the top of the glass, so it's nice and flat. The other he's holding the paddle in front of the glass blower's arm to shield her from the heat. So once we form whatever thing we're forming, you got to get it off the metal rod, and it's got to be cooled slowly so it doesn't break. So we'll take that glass off the metal rod, and we'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. These big black ovens on each side of the studio are called annealers, also the silver horizontal ones. They're electric ovens, not unlike an electric pottery kiln. They have a little computerized thermostat we can program, and we can have them slowly turn the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we made this stuff and we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would break. It would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So we get it one in the annealer. Let's have a little hand for our docents. There you go. Yes, what was your question? Yes. Why did you use the blowtorch? When we break the glass off the metal pipe, it leaves a little edge, and we can take a torch and melt that little edge so it's not sharp. So on this bench, we're done with shaping it. Now we're going to try to get it off the metal pipe. Once again, we'll use water to crack the joint between the glass and the metal pipe. We'll take our tweezers, dip them in water, drip a few drops of water on that joint. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. We'll melt the little edge where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And then into our annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for coming in, guys. We're going to continue with this class for, I don't know, another half hour or something. Then we'll have our pro team working. So right now, we're working with our docents, the folks who give the tours in our exhibition spaces. And once a year, we have them down here to let them try glass blowing. So they're working with our resident team of glass blowers who are very experienced, and they're people who may not have ever touched glass before. We do have try it workshops. So they're usually 1 or 2 weekends a month. And you can sign up at the front desk if you want to try glass blowing. It's pretty fun. It's always a little awkward at first, but it's a very different experience. So right now, we're doing that same type of thing with our docents, the folks that give the tours of the museum, give them a little taste of how glass blowing works. So we're at the center bench. We're shaping the glass using a tool called the block. It's a scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. When we heat up the glass in the glory hole, the round oven, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And then we have to return to the glory hole to heat it up again. So you can see she's blowing. And you can see the bubble getting bigger. The folks that are learning here to try glass blowing are our museum docents. There are volunteer tour guides. We also offer this same type of workshop to the general public. We do it by appointment. It's usually on a weekend day, and you can sign up either online or at our ticket desk in the main lobby. As we shape the glass, one of the assistants is holding a wooden paddle in front of the glass blower's hand to shield her from the heat. So now she's leaning on the sides with the jacks, and Gabe is holding a wooden paddle, Gabe with a hat. Make the bottom of her drinking glass flat. Yes.
I saw your exhibit in there. Just a free. You must have been doing this for a while, like
50 years.
50 years. The old instructor, right?
The old something.
The old something, yeah. Well, cool. I love your drawings too. Those are really nice. Really nice.
They were fun to do.
Yeah.
Challenging.
Huh? Yeah. Not bad.
So all the originals were done on the hot shop floor.
Is that right?
Yeah. So they had to.
So it had to be reproduced.
Yeah, had to reproduce it. We built panels and put chalk paint on them so we can mimic them. But all the originals were done right here on the hot shop floor.
So have you been in Tacoma all those years?
No, I live in Seattle.
Oh, you do? But you've been down here a little bit.
Yeah, I work part-time here as a tour guide.
Well, that's nice. I don't know if you thought about this, but I appreciate art.
Okay, that's good. Oh, enjoy.
My wife's an art historian, so she knows a lot about it. But it's good.
Art history generally ignores glass.
Well, I asked her if she took any classes. She said no.
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 There's only two art movements where glass played a role. And that was Art Deco and Art Nouveau.
Okay.
But most of the time it's painting and sculpture.
Absolutely. Now, our former future son-in-law used to work at Chihuli's studio.
Oh, blowing glass?
Yeah, yeah. He was there lasted for a while, but then they broke. My daughter and he broke up, and that was it. So yeah, Chihuly made Seattle famous. That's for sure. In that regard.
Oh Howard in the NFL champions.
Well, yeah. One of these days, the Mariners will join them. We'll see. Maybe the Mariners will join them as
Yeah.
champions.
Keep hope alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, hey, appreciate it. Take
Well,
care.
thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Keep up the great work. And the kids need you. The kids need you, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
At least you hope so, right?
Hey,
Take
thank
care.
you very much. So if you just came in, our resident team of glassblowers is working with our docents, the folks that do our tours in our gallery, and we're giving them a chance to actually blow glass. Put a few drops of water in the joint between the glass and the metal rod. The water cracks that joint, and just a light tap should release it. Take a torch and melt the little sharp edges where we broke it off, and into our annealer. We'll be cooling slowly overnight. We'll melt the little edge where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So this afternoon, we're working with our docents, the folks who give the museum tours, and giving them a chance to try glass blowing. So some of these people have never touched glass before, and our professional team of glass blowers is walking them through making a simple drinking glass. Hi. So we're gonna be doing this for a while. We have a class for our docents to giving them a chance to try glass blowing. They're working with our professional team of glass blowers, and they're walking them through making a very simple drinking glass. Do you guys have any questions? What's the name of that thing? The steel pipe? That's called an annealer. It's an electric oven where we cool the glass down slowly. So as we finish each thing, we keep this at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little programmable thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. The process is called annealing, and if we didn't do that, if we just made stuff and put it on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So our student is going over to the furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. So now we have those stainless steel bowls filled with little chips of colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. He's rolling the hot molten glass in the frit. The little chips of colored glass stick to the surface. Then when we put it in the fire, they'll melt and form a little candy coating of color like an M&M. Yes? There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces, the ones with the big tanks of molten glass in them, and then there's the glory holes, the ones with the round open doors. The ones with the round open doors are only on during the working day. The furnaces where the molten glass reservoir is, those are on 24/7. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So you see right over there where the door is closed, that's what it looks like inside. Yeah, well, that's where we keep our reservoir of molten glass. The glory holes, can we put up the glory hole diagram? That's what it looks like with the doors open. Those are just hot chambers for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Those have no glass in them, and those are only on during the working day. Oh, it starts rapidly drops. Yeah, probably to about 1400, where it becomes too stiff to shape easily. As they have a minute or two where it's hot and soft, and then it starts to immediately get stiff. If you think of wax, when you get wax hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it starts to get stiff again. The glass is pretty much the same way. We try to work it as hot and soft as possible. If it gets stiff and you have to try to force it, it messes stuff up. You guys have any questions? So this is a class. We're working with people who may never have touched glass before. And the folks that are helping them are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, who are very experienced glass blowers, between maybe 20, 30 years experience. So in the center, we're showing our student here how to use the jacks, those metal tongs. He's squeezing the glass as we turn the pipe and making a notch in it. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So in the center, we've attached a punty, second steel rod to the base of the drinking glass. We're going to drip some water where we want the glass to break. This is a class for our docents.
Oh.
So these are folks that never touched glass before.
Wow.
They're the people that give the museum tours. So our team has worked with them, so you're not really watching for touching.
So that you sign up for this class?
Well, this is an in-house thing.
Oh.
Our docents are our volunteers who
Oh.
give the tours and the exhibitions.
Oh, okay.
So they're really learning what it's all about by being able to do it.
Yeah. And we do have try-it sessions for the general public. That you have to sign up and make an appointment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Nice. We figured we'd come in here more about.
Well, there you go. That you can do.
Oh, this is fascinating. So you start with like recycled glass, or do
Nope.
you?
We use a specially formulated glass for hand glass blowing. The glass that goes into a bottle is formulated to harden very quickly, so a machine can make 1,000 bottles in an hour.
Yeah.
Our glass is formulated to harden very slowly, so we can shape it by hand. So the bottle glass is too stiff for us to use.
I'll be darned. And where does the glass come from?
We get it in a form called batch, and batch is kind of like a cake mix. It's got all the raw ingredients proportioned, and we shovel it into the furnace, cook it. So when we get it, it's not glass yet. There's three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. We throw it into the furnace, cook it overnight. All those things melt together and make glass. So when we get it, it's like a cake mix. It's not a cake yet until you bake it.
Is that what's in those jars?
Nope. No, those jars are filled with crushed colored glass called frit, F-R-I-T. Can we put up the frit photo? So if you look up on the big screen, and it's a quick way to color glass. It doesn't color the glass completely smoothly, but we use it a lot of times when we're teaching because it's easy to use. We use what's called color bar, and that's a little bit more complicated and requires more skill to apply. Yeah, so we buy all our colored glass from two companies in Germany. They have like 200 different colors. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of glass from our furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with red or blue or green, whatever color we want the object to be. Can we play color overlay? We have a little video show you how that's done.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials
We
to
turn
the
the
mixture
volume
of
up a
raw
little.
ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The trick is you want to work hot. The hotter you work, the softer it is. The softer it is, the easier it is to blow. What you see in the movies is people blowing into molds where they have to blow hard to fill out the mold to get all the detail. If we're making wine glasses or pitchers or something, we don't have to blow hard at all. We have a workshop maybe twice a month. We have on weekends you sign up for and try it. Yeah, it'd be the same sort of thing that you see going on here.
So how hot are those ovens?
The glory holes, the round ones with doors open, are 2300 degrees. The furnaces, the ones with the tanks of molten glass in them, are 2100 Fahrenheit. Do you need Celsius?
Oh, that's Celsius.
No, that's Fahrenheit. I'm asking you if you want the Celsius numbers.
No, Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Yeah, so 2100 is about as hot as the hottest volcano. It gives you a little frame of reference. It's kind of like having your own private volcano.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so this is all gas, probably.
All natural gas and forced air. There are electric furnaces. There be a lot of them in industry. They're becoming more popular. Gas is the most common. Ours are natural gas. Electricity or wood for the first, I don't know, 1900 years of glass blowing, all the furnaces were wood. Yeah, basically the temperatures that you use for ceramics are higher than the temperatures that you use for glass. So if you can produce that temperature for your ceramics, you have the technology to produce enough heat to make glass.
Well, I think the demo's over. Let's walk up there and look at those.
welcome. I think I don't know if we're done yet. No, it looks like we have some more. But once our docents have, we finish with the docents, then we'll switch back to our professional team.
All of that was positive. All of it was positive. All your years of what you were doing, and you know. Yes. Not this time. I've done it twice before as a docent. Oh yeah, right.
No, this is the last three.
Hi. How are you guys? We don't really have classes per se. We have little try-it workshops, like that. They're basically like what you see here. We don't have any ongoing classes for the general public. There's there's two other glass blowing studios here in Tacoma. One called Tacoma Glass Blowing, which is just about a quarter of a mile down the street, and they give actual classes. And there's another one a little further down called Area 253, and they give actual ongoing classes. This is a sort of a try-it situation. The folks that are working with our team now are our docents, the folks who give the exhibition tours of our exhibitions, and so we've invited them into the shop to try glass blowing, and that's what's happening right now. So they're folks who may have never touched glass before at all. Do you have a question? No? Do you know about our contest for kids? We have a special contest here for kids. Any kid can come to the museum and you can do a drawing, and once a month we pick one of the kids' drawings and make whatever you drew out of glass. There's a table in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if you don't feel like drawing right this second, you can grab an entry form, take it home, do your drawing at home where you're more comfortable, and mail it in. And could we put up some of the kids' design stills? we get a show you some of the things that we've made with the kids. We put up some kids. There we go. So look up on the big screen. So these are all things that we made from the kids' drawings. Uh-huh. Yeah, you can mail it in. What? Yes, we'll call you up. Sometimes when we have out-of-towners, we Skype with them. So, you know, we'll have a camera on our glass blowers, and you can see it at home, and you can talk to us. And so, yeah. So, yeah, the fact that you don't live here doesn't rule you out. Yeah. So the glass has 3 main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Glass is mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. The lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You take those 3 ingredients, throw them into the big furnace, cook them overnight, and they all melt together and make glass. It's the one with the doors closed. Can we put up the furnace diagram? See, we'll get you a picture. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's what the furnace looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in there. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius, I don't know. And it's basically the same temperature as the hottest volcano. Well, we buy our colors. We don't make them ourselves. The colors in glass come from mostly from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. So if you take the sand, soda ash, lime, and cobalt, you cook it up, you get blue glass, chromium green glass, tin white glass. So it's mostly metals dissolved in the glass that give it its colors. We buy it already colored like an artist would buy a tube of red paint at the art store. We buy. We have 2 furnaces, so we work one till it's almost empty. Then we throw in all the ingredients. Then we work out of the full one. When that one's almost empty, we swap. And so just go back and forth, back and forth. Once we're done making like a wine glass or something, we put it in these ovens over here. These are called annealers. They're electric ovens. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, they have a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. Overnight. If we made this stuff and we just put it on the table and walked away, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and they would break. Mhm. Not at all. Not for our professional team. Yes. Oh. Yes. You mean? Oh, I mean, there's millions of ways we could draw out rods of uh, colored glass. We call them cane, and we could melt in little stripes. We can heat up some glass of a contrasting color and wind it around, make a spiral. We can have little chips of colored glass and roll them, the bubble over that, and melt them in and make dots. We have all sorts of different ways to make designs. Did that answer your question? What? Oh, say no if you mean no. Okay.
Yeah, I talked to Olympic. They said it was someone from Morocco. Some Italian sounding. Plays a number that's about 15.
How you doing, Levi?
Oh, good, Walt. What's going on?
Nothing much. Another day, another dollar.
Yeah, I hope there's dollars after the whole day's done.
What?
I hope there's dollars in there somewhere.
You.
These are Kristen's wedding papers. She
Really?
hired me to make her wedding papers.
That's cool. And when you gonna?
Well, hired is a loose term. I'm not charging.
You gonna cut them off and
Yeah, they get cut and firepolished. She's gonna have full work of herself for free.
there you go. Are you gonna sandblast Kristen and Dan on them?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're gonna monogram for nothing. And this is a color I don't usually use, so it'll be identifiable as their wedding house. It's an unusual
Looks
color.
almost black.
No, it's like a dark purple. She likes it really dense, saturated, transparent colors.
That's what she's got.
I got a good picture for you.
What?
I got a good picture for you. So Molly Wolf sent me a thing. Molly Wolf sent me a picture that was like.
Back in the day?
No, she sent this and was like, that's not Jimmy, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Jimmy.
Doesn't it look like Jimmy?
Yeah.
It was some headline off of her social media.
Huh. No, you never know. Jimmy gets around.
And then so I photoshopped it.
There you go.
Put the bandana on it. But I was like, that really does kind of look like Jimmy, doesn't it?
They say people have doppelgangers.
Well, he has a brother, doesn't he? I've never met the brother. I don't think.
His brother. I mean, his brother is a resemblance, but you wouldn't mistake one for the other.
Oh, okay. I've never met the brother.
He's a clay guy.
Okay.
I think he's a little more on the conceptual, more arty, New Yorky.
Arty, New Yorky, huh? Fancy. How embarrassing for him to have a craft brother.
Well, that think they're pretty close. I think I think Jim's made a bunch of stuff for him.
Oh, okay.
But I think he's not as crafty as Jim is.
Oh, I was saying Mongrain's crafty. You know, so
Yeah.
it's like